Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings will be live streamed after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. There will be, as I understand it, a fire alarm test at 10 o'clock, but that does not, apart from the inevitable interruption that it will cause, we do not have to rise. Yes.
Miss Steel, I'd like to look now at events in summer of 1995 and autumn 95. I understand from your witness statement that in the summer of 1995 there was a slight easing of the McLibel proceedings. There was a summer holiday, and because of that, in part, you decided to resume your efforts to find John Barker. You say also that your urge to resume your investigation was perhaps triggered by notes served on you on the 23rd of August 95 by McDonald's, which mentioned John in the context of meetings of London Greenpeace and McDonald's related activity, and also the fact that you turned 30.
Yes.
Just for clarity, I'd like just to recap the steps you'd taken thus far up until this point, just so we understand where we were. So, October 1990, Dines had told you that his Aunt Dorothy was visiting the UK, and that on that visit she told him that the person he believed to be his real father was not in fact his real father.
Yes.
Late August 1991, he told you he was travelling to Ireland to see if he could trace his father's family, but unsuccessfully.
Yes, and I went there to help him with the search.
Indeed. You went to St Catherine's House to help before that on the 6th of September.
Yes.
And you found details of Barker's parents' marriage certificate. The 9th of September 91, he invited you to join him in Ireland, even though he wasn't actually there. Then you, as you say, travelled to Ireland from the 15th to the 22nd of September 1991.
Yes.
And you both conducted some searches there.
Yes.
Under the name of Barker.
I don't think it was under the name of Barker, but I can't now remember what the names were.
Right, don't worry.
Because it was supposed to be his biological father who wasn't Barker.
I understand.
But I can't remember what the name was. I think there might even have been 2 or 3 possibilities, but I can't remember.
But if you can't recall, don't worry.
No.
I understand from your evidence thus far that at some point he did tell you that his father's biological name was Dines.
That's in a letter that was sent at some point in 1991, because it talks about coming home, so it must be while we were living at Clyde Circus.
Right, okay.
But so it would be... Oh, hang on, no. Not, I can't, sorry, I'm
don't worry.
Getting confused about the sequence, but that letter was at some point in 1991, but I haven't been able to pin down the exact date.
I understand. In one of your exhibits, we don't need to bring it up, but it's UCPI 39799, you exhibit a note that he left you at home, so when you were living in Clyde Circus, dated around September, October 91, and at the bottom of the first page of that note, he provides his biological father's address, and he says it's Scott Ellis Gardens in NW8.
Yes.
You also exhibit a letter from Dines dated the 13th of January 1992, in which he provided his biological father's name. Christian name is redacted for privacy, but he provided that name, and he provided you with details about his biological father's family, which we now know reflects the true details of his family.
Yes.
And you further exhibit a letter dated the 17th of January 1992 in which he refers to going to his biological father's home in Scott Ellis Gardens.
Yes.
So at this stage
There's 2 letters, I think, because the first letter he kind of writes that the meeting with his father went relatively okay,
Yes.
but he didn't want to meet again. And then the second letter, he said actually that wasn't true and it was disastrous.
That's right. But he's given you this information about the address in any event.
Yes.
So it follows from this that he has willingly, it would seem, provided you with information about his actual life and his actual identity.
Yes. Afterwards, I wondered about whether that was some part of some plan to somehow incorporate me into his life, but I really don't know. None of it makes any sense.
Well, and it contrasts with Lambert makes the claim in his chitty paper that we've looked at about Dynes's trenchant observations on tradecraft remaining as pertinent as ever and are to be passed on to new operatives.
Yes.
This evidence would suggest that his tradecraft is lamentable. Would you agree?
Yes. Although whether he passed on that was why it was disastrous, that was why it was important to have short relationships, because this had ended up a real mess. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? We know that on the 14th of November 1990...
That's just bearing in mind that it was him that was mentor to Andy Coles, who wrote the Tradecraft Manual, so it's quite possible that it was Dyne's advice not to get into a lengthy relationship, because it could create a lot of problems.
I see. So it's Dyne's experience that informed that
Quite possibly.
aspect of the Tradecraft Manual, you
quite
think?
Possibly.
We know that on the 14th of November 1994, you discovered John Barker's death certificate. So this is where you are in August 1995. This is the information you have. You say in your witness statement that, having decided that you wanted to get to the truth of the matter, you researched Scott Ellis Gardens in NW8 and found the address, and that you were anxious about going alone. You asked Norman Blair to
Come with
you.
me, yeah.
Yeah. At the risk of asking an obvious question, why were you anxious about going alone?
I didn't know what I was going to find. I didn't know whether he might be there, I didn't really think that he might be there, but I just didn't know what I was going to find, and I
If we could go back to that document, please. It's for reference. There it is. Thank you. Paragraph 2.7, there's references there to Tim Green supporting you in your libel action and being an ALF sympathiser. I understand that he wasn't actually at that stage assisting you.
Not by 1995, no. But also, this is a report written by Lambert, who, of course, has a obsession with basically falsely portraying Tim Green as some kind of, I don't know, whatever, but he's falsely portraying him, basically.
And we recognise that from Lambert's reporting as an undercover officer who made that allegation.
It's a continuation of that.
Yeah. Page 4, please, paragraph 3.1. Steele's visit to John Dines' parents represents a quantum leap. And he says at the end of this, every indication in this case is suggestive of a thorough, methodical and ongoing inquiry. Again, just to reiterate that, in fact, you hadn't really had to do any investigation to uncover the details of this address and his parents because he had provided them to you in correspondence.
That's sort of true. But I think also I probably need to say at this point that I hadn't actually remembered all of that at the point when I was doing some of the earlier research, and it was only because having found the death certificate for John Barker and realising that my partner hadn't been who he said he was, I then went through the letters that he'd sent me, kind of searching for clues. So it did actually involve quite a bit of work.
Yeah.
But it's interesting also that the final sentence of this is, it is not known at what stage, if at all, the inquiry may have become hostile. So it's another indication that actually they knew that I was searching for him for welfare reasons and also because I wanted to know what on earth had been going on in my life.
Paragraph 3.3, Lambert speculates about how you made the link, and he refers to a known close associate of Steel and Blair, one Chris Bailey, who had been employed for the past 12 years in the accounts department of the international section of British Telecom. He may have had the ability to access the Woolston home account in New Zealand. In the event that he has had such access and the prospect emerges that details of regular incoming, outgoing calls to from John Dines' home telephone in Redacted have been revealed. Does this have any basis in reality?
No, I had not been in contact with Chris Bailey. I'm not sure I even really saw him anymore since the late 80s. Possibly I did. I didn't know he was employed by British Telecom. I didn't ask him to carry out research on my behalf. As I explained earlier, I did it by phoning directory inquiries in Auckland. And, you know, it's actually shocking because Chris gave evidence in Tranche 2 about the harassment that he was then subjected to as a consequence of Lambert making these unfounded allegations and the impact that had on his job. I think it's another indication of how little concern Lambert and others have for the impact of their actions on other people, making false allegations on the basis of nothing.
Paragraph 4.2, please, which is on page 4. He writes that John Dines has been greatly upset by the visit of Steel and her accomplice to his parents and is naturally concerned for their safety.
Well, he could have actually told them that I didn't present a threat, and he chose not to do that.
And we've established you pose no risk to their safety, is that correct?
He could have been honest about why I was searching for him. He could have told his parents that he'd had a relationship with me and that was why I was looking for him. But he chose instead to portray me as some kind of danger to them and leave them worried.
Paragraph 4.11, please, just at the bottom of page 4. DSHN21 has been tasked to monitor the resumption of the McDonald's libel case at the Royal Courts of Justice on Monday, the 2nd of October.
Yes, I haven't been told who HN21 is, so I'm not in a position to be able to comment on whether or not HN21 came and had a conversation with me or anything else.
Sorry to interrupt. He's a closed officer from
Right.
T1.
Okay, well, I don't know who he is, so I can't comment on whether or not he came along. I think it did say somewhere that he knew me, but as I say, I don't know who he is, so I can't comment. It would be helpful if I did know who he was. But the other thing about it is that the case didn't actually resume on Monday the 2nd of October. It resumed the week before that. So it seems, because Lambert seems to think that the key reason to come along for the resumption of the libel case is because we might make a speech exposing Dines.
Right.
But they don't actually come on the day it resumes, so they would have missed it anyway.
Yeah, so we got the date wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it would have been very easy for him to
get
the actual date, the correct date.
Well, the McLibel support campaign was regularly putting out bulletins which gave updates on when the case was sitting. So, yes.
We can take that down now, please, unless there's anything else you'd like to say about that document in particular.
I can't think of anything at the moment. Oh, actually, what is this? 835? Yes, actually.
Yeah. 835 this is.
Yeah, I maybe you did read this out, but I just wanted to really stress the 1.1.
Yeah, it's the first.
The reference to the report concerning supposedly the safety, but actually the key thing to note is that it refers to the potential for serious embarrassment to the Commissioner. And I think that that's what's driving this, is they are desperate to stop me from exposing Dines and the existence of the SDS, because they know that this is an illegitimate political policing organisation that is undermining movements for change, and that would be embarrassing for that to be exposed.
Thank you. If we could take that down, please, and bring up MPS 0720836. So this is another briefing note. This is briefing note 2, written by Lambert. This is dated the 29th of September, so it's written just 2 days after the one we've just looked at. There are references to your being a leading ALF activist, which you were not. If we look at the final paragraph, please, on page 1. This is under the heading, the current assessment. If they establish that John Barker was in fact an undercover police officer throughout the period they knew him, 1987 to 1991, they will seek to use the information to the advantage of the ALF, both in terms of an analysis of undercover police methodology and with a view to undermining successful police prosecutions of ALF activists.
Yes, I think this is actually a reference to Lambert himself being concerned that because I knew that he'd planted the device in the Harrow Debenhams, that I could have potentially blown that out into the open had I exposed the existence of Dines and the SDS. So it's actually Lambert looking after himself.
Yeah. If we could just zoom out, please, and go to the next page. In such an event, they would also give serious consideration to subpoenaing John Dines and or the Commissioner to give evidence at the McDonald's libel case. Well, I understand that's accurate insofar as if you had, as you said, become aware he was an undercover officer, then you would want to.
Yes, certainly. And had we known that Lambert was an undercover officer, given his involvement in writing the anti-McDonald's fact sheet that we were sued over, obviously it would have been relevant to sue both the Commissioner and, or to subpoena both the Commissioner and John Dines and Bob Lambert in order to give evidence about their role in the anti-McDonald's campaign, as well as their collusion with the private investigators that was informing on the group at the time, spying on the group at the time.
Indeed. Thank you. We can take that down now, please. If we could bring up next MPS 0749474, page 111, please. Now, this, Ms. Steel, is a summary of briefing notes 1 and 2, so the 2 briefing notes we've just looked at, but written by DCI Edmondson. This is dated the 29th of September 95, so it's the same date as the briefing note we've just looked at. If we could look at paragraph 3, page 101, please. Sorry, that's my fault. 111. I've forgotten how to say numbers. Thank you. So STS briefing note numbers 1 and 2 concerning threat to a former officer, and Edmondson has recorded. What is clear from this is that D.I. Lambert and D.C. privacy redaction. Now, I know you know the name of this officer, but his name is redacted for privacy, so I just want to...
I do, but I think it's important at this stage to say, I'm not sure why he's got privacy. He's a public servant, and he was actually made a witness statement in our case when we sued the Metropolitan Police in 1999. But he knew that I had been in a relationship with John Dines.
What's your basis for saying that?
Because he saw us together on the picket outside McDonald's, and he saw us on other occasions, and there was one specific occasion when it was an anti-poll tax demonstration in Brixton. Oh, sorry, no, actually, there's two occasions.
Yeah.
There was an anti-poll tax picket outside New Scotland Yard that Dines himself had initiated but didn't go to, presumably because he was worried about being recognised by colleagues coming out of the building. But on that picket, the officer named here actually approached me and said, "Where's your poisonous little mate?" And it was clear that he was talking about John Barker.
Yeah.
And I talked to Dines about that later that day when I saw him. There was also another occasion on an anti-poll tax demonstration in Brixton where Dines and I were walking down a back street, which I, now looking back on it, must have been something Dines arranged deliberately, because I have no idea why we were walking down this back street, but when we were walking down this back street, we bumped into this officer and another officer, and they started talking to us and invited us all to go to the pub. And at the time, I thought it was very strange. I wouldn't have felt comfortable even thinking that John Barker was a genuine activist. I wouldn't have felt comfortable going to the pub with 2 men who I knew were from Special Branch. But now that I know who John Barker really was, it's even more alarming. But my point is that the officer that was working with D.I. Lambert on this knew full well that we had been in a relationship together, and yet that's concealed from here. And I believe that Lambert knew as well, because he basically set me up for this relationship, and that's referred to in one of the Chitty documents. He also says he thinks he set me up for being targeted by Dines.
Interview, his interview with her, and he does say that. So in light of what you've said, this paragraph, what is clear from this is that D.I. Lambert and D.C., this officer who has been working with him, have sought, through their considered and methodical approach, to provide a sound assessment of the potentially serious nature of the problem. But your point is that they haven't opened up the fact that there was a very close sexual relationship involved.
Yes.
So
the assessment that they're providing is on a false basis. It's falsely presenting what the issue is.
Paragraph 5, please, of this document. They're not numbered, actually. So At the end of that's it. At the end of paragraph 2, mention is made of the potential for the activists in the current McLibel case to subpoena either John Dines or indeed the Commissioner. That is not indicated lightly. These people have been engaged over the last 18 months in what to them is a struggle against the might of a multinational company and the establishment. The production in court of an undercover police officer closely associated with their case would be an enormous coup.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think, yes, had it come out into the open at the time, it would have been quite shocking. I remember that when we went to the Court of Appeal after the McLibel case and reference was made to the McDonald's spies remaining in the group after the writs were served.
Yeah.
And the Court of Appeal indicated that it was concerned by that because of the potential implications for interference with justice and the right to, privacy around how you're fighting a case. Had they known that there were 2 undercover police officers involved in the whole campaign and reporting back on, and one of them was living with me and getting, I think the court would have been really,
Well, and rightly so, indeed.
completely shocked.
Yeah.
And, that cover-up of what actually happened went all the way to the European Court of Human Rights because the Metropolitan Police covered this up. Sorry.
No, don't worry. Take your time. I mean, you made the point in your witness statement that the fact that Edmondson is emphasising this shows that he shares Lambert's disdain for the legal process.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes. I mean, I actually do. It still kind of blows my mind just how much intrusion there was into my life while I was fighting the McLibel case, and for what purpose other than for the Metropolitan Police to assist a multinational corporation in protecting its reputation. What lawful purpose was there for that? There wasn't one. It was collusion between the Metropolitan Police and big business.
If we could go to page 112 of this same document, please. So this is a minute from Superintendent Eric Docker, dated the 16th of November 1995. Now, we recall that Eric Docker managed Lambert in the SDS during the whole period in which Debenhams took place and that very controversial period of Lambert's deployment.
Right.
Paragraph 1, he notes, since returning from annual leave, I have discussed this saga at length with DCI Edmondson and DI Lambert. Action taken so far is comprehensive and excellent. I support fully all measures undertaken. The situation is reviewed daily and adjustments made to strategy accordingly. If we could look at the next paragraph, please. I'm also aware of previous discussions between yourself and the DAC, but nevertheless I wish to reiterate one aspect. The potential for embarrassment to the Commissioner and compromise of our operation remains significant in this case, and is incumbent upon the SDS management to take all possible steps to limit any damage and frustrate those intent on exposing us. In any police inquiry, one of the first taskings would be to interview the principal witnesses, and I therefore consider it essential that John Dines and Mrs. Wolstenholme be interviewed as soon as possible. D.I. Lambert would do this as he is the most appropriate officer to undertake the task. And he then goes on, if we could just zoom out again please, to recommend that Lambert is given authority to travel to New Zealand to meet with Dines.
Yes. I presume Lambert wants to go there so he can get together with Dines to get their stories straight.
But indeed, it supports your theory that they are prepared to go to great lengths in order to prevent exposure.
Yes, absolutely.
Page 113, please. So this is Detective Superintendent HN183 so the Operational Command Units.
Isn't there between this? There's then the. Is it on the 24th of October that there's then the false report saying that I've travelled to New Zealand?
Yes, we can look at that in due course, but that's true that there is. We know that Lambert reports that you have travelled to New Zealand in 95, which I understand to be false.
I believe that it was on the 24th of October that he reported that I had travelled to New Zealand, and I believe he made that false claim deliberately so that he could get a free trip to New Zealand in order to collude with Dines to keep this story out of the news.
We can. Do you want me to bring that up? I can show you because you're right. So MPS 0749115. This is briefing note 3 from Lambert, and you're right. You're correct that the minute from Docker is dated the 16th of November. So in between the Edmondson minute and the Docker minute, we have this. Tuesday the 24th of October, recent intelligence received from secret and reliable sources states as follows: Helen Steel has travelled to New Zealand. So this is what you're talking about.
Yes, and this is completely false. This is in the
notice from 1989.
Yes, that's right. I found a death notice for what appeared to be... This is where it gets so complicated, trying to explain the relationships. The woman who I thought was Dines' aunt...
Yeah, so Dorothy.
Dorothy.
Yeah.
The death notice for her husband.
Yeah.
And it said... It referred to dearly loved husband of Dorothy and loved father and father-in-law of... and then 2 names, and then Debbie and John, brackets, London.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's a coincidence, isn't it? Because the only significant ex that Dines had talked about to me while we were in a relationship was called Debbie. But I still... I mean, now it seems daft that I didn't clock it straight away, but although I was suspicious, I just thought it could be a coincidence. I need to investigate it more. I need to work out whether or not there is some relationship between these coincidences, or whether it is just a coincidence.
And you exhibit that death notice for the transcript. It's at UCPI 39912.
Yes.
You also say in your witness statement that you found addresses through phone directories and electoral rolls.
Yes.
And then, sorry.
Of the woman who Dines had said was his aunt.
Yeah, Aunt Dorothy.
And relations of hers.
On the 7th of January, 1998, this is, you went to visit Aunt Dorothy, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened on that visit, please?
I knocked on the door, and initially she appeared kind of friendly and welcoming. But when I said that I was looking for John Barker, she kind of put her arm across the doorway, and then kind of, her body language changed, and she sort of kind of shut down. And I talked to her about having spoken to her on the phone before. I told her that I was still looking for him. I wanted to know what had happened to him. And she just seemed very kind of evasive. And I ended up asking her... I told her that I'd been looking through the death notices in the local paper for the deaths of his parents. And that I couldn't find them. And so I asked her what his mother's name was, thinking, well, she'll know that because she's either a close friend of his mother or the sister of his mother, so she would know his name. And she just kind of said, oh, I don't remember now. And I just sort of thought, well, that's ludicrous, she must remember her name, but what could I do?
Yeah.
So that was that, really. That was all that happened.
That visit prompted a letter from Dines to Lambert. We'll look at that briefly. This is MPS 0749112. So this was dated the following day. This is the 8th of January 1998. The tone of this letter is very guarded and quite oblique. But he writes, I hope this finds you in optimistic spirits. He talks about his attractive lifestyle. Paragraph 3, life is coming together, or so it was, and thus the reason for this letter. Not unusually, I find myself seeking you out in times of difficulty. The clear...
reference to the ongoing contact between them when they're trying to cover their tracks, when he's trying to cover his tracks.
Then that he's helped him previously and been helpful, it would seem, given that he's coming to him again. Anyway, Helen Steel is in New Zealand and has been making inquiries. At this point, so far as I know, her efforts have been competently dealt with
by his mother-in-law. And just to say, obviously, at this point, I didn't know that the woman who I thought was his aunt was in fact his mother-in-law, so I had no idea what upset I must have caused by going round to her house and telling her that I was looking for the man who I loved who had gone missing.
Yeah, because obviously for her, her daughter was, if
Yes.
I understand correctly,
Yes.
married to John Dines at this point.
Yes, and it would have been upsetting for her.
Yeah. I'm taking all measures open to me to cover our public tracks, will endeavour to do all possible to preserve the status quo. I gather she will be here for 2 to 3 months, and so her efforts will be comprehensive. Is that something you told Aunt Dorothy?
I'm sure I would have said I'll be
Yeah.
here for 2 or 3 months. I don't think I would have said my efforts will be
No.
comprehensive.
No, I meant the period that you were going to be in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And then he writes, nomically, I am able to add nothing to the current situation, save to reiterate what we have discussed at length over recent years.
Yes, I think that's a reference. I believe that Lambert was well aware we'd been in a relationship, that they had both talked about it. I'm sure that, Dines knew about Lambert's relationship with Belinda, if nothing else, and I'm sure that they would have been freely discussing all of that.
Penultimate paragraph, he writes, I ought to formally ask that you bring the situation to the attention of the appropriate senior staff. I am even further in your personal debt, and thank you again for your efforts on my behalf. If we could take that down.
Can I just say,
Yes.
actually, just before we go off this, that I think that one of the things that is most striking about this letter is that he shows absolutely no concern for me or the fact that why I'm searching. They knew why I was searching. They knew I was searching because I was worried about my missing partner, and he shows absolutely no concern for me. It's all about how he's moved on to an attractive lifestyle and I'm being a pain.
Yeah. I was going to move on to another document. Would you like to take a break now?
Is it 90? Is it? I could do with a break, but if
It's going into 90 minutes now.
Okay, yeah.
Then let's have a break.
Thank you.
15 minutes?
Yeah, that'd be
15
good.
minutes.
Thank you.
Before the break, we were looking at the letter that John Dines wrote to Lambert on the 8th of January 98, asking for his help. We can see that Lambert duly obliges and that he goes to DCI HN58. And HN58, we can take that down now, please, thank you. NPS 0749474. Page 127, there's a branch note authored by HN58 dated the 15th of January 98. And we can see this is re John Dines. On the 15th of January, I contacted a sergeant working in Auckland concerning the plight of John. He indicated that subject Helen Steel had arrived in Christchurch on the 21st of December 97 and departed on the 2nd of the 1st. Subsequently found to be incorrect. The sergeant said he'd spoken at length to John, advised him to continue to prevent personal records being available to the public. First task would be to try to ascertain the current whereabouts of Steele. So that's this New Zealand police officer's first task. So we can see now that HN58 has taken it upon himself to contact New Zealand police and tasked.
Yes, but I mean, they already know that I travelled to Christchurch, although they've completely... The person that is referred to under the privacy redaction was nothing to do with me. I have no idea what that was about, but they are. I had gone to Christchurch, so they were already putting me under surveillance of some sort.
Yeah, indeed. But again, being tasked to put you under additional surveillance to try and establish your whereabouts.
Yes.
If we could bring up them, please. MPS 0247452. So this is dated 11 days later. It's the 26th of January 1998. This is from Bob Lambert to privacy redacted New Zealand police officer. Ref John Dines. Thank you for all the assistance you've provided to John in recent days. I know he's found your advice helpful. As I've outlined in the telephone, the circumstances surrounding this case are such as to prompt a genuine concern for his personal safety. We've addressed that.
It was a lie, yes.
Yeah. The persistent efforts of an extremist animal right to trace him may well have a purpose that does not pose a threat to his security, but is clearly prudent at this stage to consider worst-case scenarios.
As I've said elsewhere, if they told the truth about the reason why I was searching, the New Zealand police wouldn't have assisted them, I don't suppose.
Yes, so there's no evidence that New Zealand police were given an accurate picture of what actually had passed between you and John Dines.
Yes.
The fact that the activist has been in New Zealand since the 17th of November suggests that she may not be solely preoccupied with an investigation into the whereabouts of John. So some acknowledgement there, at least, that you're not solely motivated. You haven't travelled halfway across the world
just to
track down John Dines. Some activists in London believe she's in New Zealand having a holiday. Paragraph 4 of this,
which is another indication that they're also keeping tabs on me in London as well while I'm not there.
The paragraph that starts, attached to this letter are details of Steele's background. You will notice she's cultivated a respectable image since becoming embroiled in the long-running McDonald's libel case. And there are no recent criminal cases recorded against her. Now, this attachment we understand to be at, if we could bring up, please, we could take that down and bring up MPS 0749474. Page 123. And again, we're informed and we understand that the attachment was co-authored by Lambert and the police officer that we referred to, whose name is subject to the privacy redaction, but to whom you referred earlier.
Who knew that I'd had a relationship
with
John Dines, or he'd deceived me into a relationship,
and you referred to, again, I don't propose to bring it up, but when you said that John Dines went to a protest outside Scotland Yard, and no, he didn't. He organised a protest outside Scotland Yard, and you were approached by this officer and said, "Where's your poisonous little mate?" And that was the 19th of October 1990. You exhibit John Dines' diary, which was one of the possessions that he left behind in the caravan at the end of 1991, and for the transcript, the reference is UCPI 39849. On page 15, there's a note in John Dines' diary about that protest.
Right, yes, that's right.
If we could look, so here's the profile. There's a photograph of you. It says, for many years, this woman was deeply involved with the anarchist group London Greenpeace. This group has been in the forefront of the protests against the meat industry and animal experimentation.
Yeah, and then it's outrageous. I mean, well, it's this is a deliberate mischaracterisation of both the activities of the group and falsely asserting that we've never shirked from using violence and other illegal methods to persuade victims to alter their ways. Just a flat-out lie. Even when Lambert was heavily involved in the group and trying to stoke up all manner of stuff, there was no evidence produced in T2 to support any of what is said there.
Yeah.
Sorry, no evidence produced in Tranche 2, just for the people who don't know what T2 is.
Sure, yeah. Steel most recently gained notoriety, albeit being regarded as fame by her comrades as being the co-defendant in the longest-running libel trial. And then you were described as an audacious, enterprising and resourceful individual who has in the past shown immense ingenuity when researching areas of interest to her and her comrades. If we could go over the page, please. Inquiries just above halfway down. Inquiries with British Telecom have revealed that Steel was a regular caller to the undermentioned telephone number in New Zealand. That's privacy redacted, but can you help us with who that telephone number belonged to?
I think it's my sister's, but if it's not, it's a friend in New Zealand.
You say in your
Because
witness
it's not there.
statement it's your sister.
Okay. I know that they also looked up a friend.
So it's further evidence of the level of surveillance
Yes.
that's being undertaken.
And that there's no basis for it. Whatever they're trying to create a completely artificial and false picture of me within this. It's not based on any actual evidence. They just write what they like.
Yeah. And as we can
and they omit the key fact that the real reason that I'm searching for him is because he was my partner who went missing. It's a nasty and malicious attack on me, designed deliberately by them in order to get support from the New Zealand police for their efforts to suppress me exposing what he'd done and the existence of the Special Demonstration Squad.
And as you point out, in any legitimate assessment of threat, you would want to be privy to all the information surrounding
Yes.
an individual and a situation in order to accurately assess
Yes.
any possible threat. If we could take that down, please, and bring up MPS 0247461. This is another Lambert document. This is dated the 2nd of February 1998, although he actually writes the date on it 97, which is a mistake, as is clear when one reads the document. 0247461. Paragraph 2, there's a reference in this to your attending the address of John Dines's Aunt Dorothy on the 7th of January 98, and he says at the end of this, in return, Steel asked Wolstenholme if her daughter was Debbie and whether Debbie was married to John Dines. Is that accurate?
No, because I didn't know at this point that I didn't know that. I might possibly have asked her about if her daughter was Debbie, but I didn't know John Dines as a name at that point in time. So I wouldn't have asked that. I couldn't have asked that.
If we could zoom out, please, and just go to the bottom of paragraph 5, please, which is over the page. The fact that several of his, that means John Dines' former close contacts in the ALF, served significant prison sentences as a direct or indirect result of his intelligence may help account for the persistence of Steele's inquiries.
That's again false. As we saw from his own interview, he acknowledged that he didn't get anywhere near the ALF when he was infiltrating London Greenpeace, not surprisingly, and all the other groups in North London that he was infiltrating.
Indeed. We can take that down, please. If we could bring up MPS 0749474, page 114. This is a minute sheet. And the minute I'm interested in is dated the 3rd of February, so it's the one at the top. It's from DCI HN183, addressed to OCU Commander Detective Superintendent Roger Pearce, who is now in that position. And he notes that from your flight details, you intend to depart from Auckland on the 10th of March to Australia, where you would travel for a month prior to returning to the UK. And then if we could just zoom out, please, and look at the gist at minute 14. Note recording STS information sharing with overseas police force which had been correct in the circumstances. Provision had been made subject to a condition that it could not be used to justify any deportation of Helen Steel. I'd like to invite you to comment on that.
I find it hard to interpret this very brief gist of what is actually going on, and it would be helpful to see the whole, what is actually recorded there so I can understand it properly. But I just think it's outrageous that they are sharing information about me under false pretenses, claiming that I'm a threat to him, when actually the whole purpose of this is for them to cover up his abuse of me and prevent exposure of the SDS as a totally illegitimate, shadowy policing unit that they are embarrassed about.
In a similar vein, if we could take that down, please, and bring up MPS 0247543. This is another letter from Lambert to the Criminal Intelligence Section in the New Zealand Police. It's dated the 12th of March, 1998. Paragraph 2 reads, "It is especially reassuring to note that Steel is likely to be denied entry should she seek to return to New Zealand in the future. Perhaps you would drop me a line to confirm the position once a decision has been taken."
This is completely outrageous interference with my freedom of movement under totally false pretenses to protect Dines and the SDS. It would have been particularly distressing had they succeeded with this, because obviously my sister was living in New Zealand and that would have denied me the ability to go and visit my sister again.
So they're trying to interfere with your freedom of movement and, as
Yes.
you say, your right to visit
Yes,
your
by
place.
telling them lies about me and not telling them the truth about the reason for my search.
On to the second page, please. The minute dated the 13th of March, 1998. This is DCI HN183 to Detective Superintendent Pearce. And it reads, "You will be pleased to note from the attached letters that Helen Steel has left New Zealand without further incident." She is scheduled to be in Australia for a month before returning to London. The only inquiries she's made in New Zealand concerning John that we are aware of is to his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. John Dines is naturally relieved, if somewhat perplexed, at Steele's apparent failure to locate him.
That's because they assume that I know what they know, which I didn't know what they knew. So I hadn't pieced enough parts of the jigsaw together. I just wanted to mention, because I think you skimmed over it, but there is a letter on the 26th of January that refers to there may well be good reasons for allowing me to depart New Zealand without alerting me to any current police interest. And to me, that's a strong indication that they did not genuinely think that I was a physical threat to him.
Yeah.
Because had they thought that I was actually a physical threat to him, they would assume that I would come into contact with the police, because they had me under surveillance. So I just think all of this shows that they're being completely dishonest about everything, really.
And you make that point in your witness statement. You set that out. In any event, you've left New Zealand, no further incident. I'd like to move on now, skip ahead from 1998, please, to 2002. This is the next surveillance operation carried out on you. This is under the auspices of an operation named Muscat. And the reason for this, the documents would suggest, or the trigger, was because in the autumn of 2002, a programme called True Spies was broadcast on BBC Two. So the first episode was broadcast on the 27th of October, and the final episode on the 10th of November 2002.
But it starts before then, because I am one of the people that are put under surveillance from August 2002.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't find it.
I understand that they started to assess the impact from when it aired, when it started to be trailed. So actually before it broadcast, but when they got wind of the fact, well...
Yes, but there is an important document, 232... Yeah, so it's in paragraph 884 of my statement. Document MPS 719704, which refers to Operation Patron has been but one element of close and vigorous monitoring of all sources of intelligence and open information, which began at 5:45 p.m. on the 21st of August, which was the Radio 4 trail for the series. And then I'm specifically named and targeted as a result of their choice to publicise the SDS on television, which cannot be a legal basis for putting me under surveillance. And even though that document itself refers to that a risk of physical attack on an officer should he be exposed is unlikely in the animal rights, environmentalist and most of the left-wing field, they nevertheless put me and other people under surveillance.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I've got this document actually here. Yes, so that is dated the 28th of the 11th, 2002, but absolutely paragraph 2 makes that exactly clear, that Operation Patron came into being after that trail. Let's look at, I tell you what, if we could bring up, just in chronological order, if we bring up MPS 001049, we're told that the date of this, it is undated, but it's the 9th of September 2002. And this is germane to the point you made. This is entitled True Spies Targeting Impact. This would seem to be a document that has flowed from Operation Patron. And page 3, there's a heading, True Spies Potential Problem Areas. And we can see in the bottom section, John Dines, ANA/ALF, Helen Steel Research. So you are named there as a potential problem area.
Yes. And then there's 2 other documents as well, not that we necessarily need to bring them up, but the MPS 0009967, dated the 27th of August 2002, which is 3 days after the first radio trailer for True Spies, which has space to record telephone numbers of named individuals, including me. And the names, there's only, in terms of what's been disclosed to me, there's only 3 names. But those 3 names are all also listed among the names that appear in MPS. Is it this one, actually? 00100049.
Yeah, that's this document.
And also MPS 0010663, which has columns for landline numbers and mobile numbers, which indicates an intent to monitor those communication methods, which then happened. So all of this surveillance that I was put under was as a result of the SDS choosing to publicise the unit in a false manner, because they didn't actually expose what the unit was really doing. They gave a public relations version.
And we know from a document, MPS 0036119, that Sir John Stevens, who was the MPS Commissioner at the time, authorised the cooperation of the Metropolitan Police with the making of that programme.
Yes.
And that document also shows that Commander Roger Pierce wrote to Special Branch officers inviting them to participate. So it was a programme made fully in the knowledge and with the cooperation of senior officers.
Yes.
The telephone numbers, I think what's slightly confusing is in this document, I think they've been redacted for privacy, but the telephone numbers that you refer to, did you at any point provide those numbers to the police?
No, I've never provided those numbers to the police. And I haven't seen any documents that show any form of legal application for them to obtain my phone records. Which also should have been something that ought to still exist if they weren't trying to cover up what they actually did.
Yes, and we've been unable to obtain any such documents. If we could take that down, please. If we could bring up, please, MPS 0011338. This is an HN183 document entitled Operation Muscat Initial Briefings. It's dated the 8th of December 2002, and this relates to HN153's trip to Auckland on the 21st of November 2002 to see Dines about the True Spies impact, and in order to brief local police. And from this document, it's clear that he had 2 meetings with John Dines while he was there. One was more of a sort of introductory background to give him the context and the reason for his visit. And then on page 2, he sets out what took place at the second meeting with John Dines. So under the heading JD Second Meeting. If we could look at under B, actually, the overall threat, but he describes meeting John Dines on the 14th of December. He says, as far as John Dines was concerned, the threat posed to him by the revelations fell into 2 clear areas. So these are the revelations set out in True Spies. a physical attack by former activists, and 2, a public outing of his real identity and his activities whilst undercover. For the reasons outlined elsewhere, John Dines was clear that he feels most vulnerable to the threat from adverse publicity, and in a worst-case scenario would have no alternative but to move himself and his family out of the country immediately.
Yes, which is understandable because had I exposed who he was and the fact that he'd had a 2-year deceitful, manipulative, abusive and exploitative relationship with me, he would have been very embarrassed, and I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted his wife to know. Elsewhere he refers to not wanting his wife to find out the detail, or his wife not knowing the details of his operation, and I'm quite sure that that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Well, this is his second wife as well, because by this point he's divorced Debbie Dines and he's remarried. If we could just look at C, just the bit you're referring to, so it's under protective measures. We discussed and agreed the range of measures proposed, and John Dines expressed his gratitude to both MPSB and the New Zealand Police for their positive joint response to the revelations. His only but primary concern was that nothing was done unduly to alarm his wife, who was unaware of the detail of his previous undercover work.
Yes.
So that's the point you were making. And it's clear from this, in any event, that his greatest fear is adverse publicity rather than physical harm.
It's absolutely clear. And he also says that in his witness statement at paragraph, I think it's 204, isn't it, where if I've got it here.
Yeah, he's clear
I did get it.
on that.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
In paragraph 204 of his witness statement, he says the decision to move to Australia was as much a family decision as anything else. It is accurate to say that the risk concerned adverse publicity rather than personal safety, as asserted at page 2 of the branch note dated 5th of June 2003, MPS 0021520. And then he sort of brackets, both the MPS and I are clear that the greatest vulnerability lies in the prospect of adverse publicity. It's absolutely clear that the whole reason why I was put under surveillance and had massively intrusive interference into my life is because Dines was being protected from being embarrassed for what he'd done to me.
Thank you. If we could take that down, please.
And all these malicious lies were being made up to further that cover-up.
Ms. Steel, looking at your second visit to New Zealand in late 2002 and early 2003, you travelled to New Zealand for the second time to visit your sister again, and this time you went with your parents.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with true spies, I understand from your witness statement.
That's right. We booked I believe we booked the flights in February that year, long before I knew anything about true spies.
And you exhibit emails between you and your father about the costs of flights, predating true spies. We don't need to bring them up, but for the transcripts, it's at UCPI 39914.
Yes.
And you entered New Zealand, so you left the UK on the 7th of December 2002. You stopped off in Malaysia, I understand, and you climbed...
That's right, we climbed up Mount Kinabalu.
Yep, Mount Kinabalu, and you were actually physically exhausted, and you and your father were unwell.
Also unwell, yeah.
You arrived in New Zealand on the 14th of December 2002, after a 12-hour flight from Malaysia.
Yes.
And when you arrived, you were held up, your bags were searched, and your boots were examined and sprayed. Bring up, please, MPS 0749474, page 59. This, Miss Steel, is a photograph that would appear to have been taken of you and your parents.
In the arrivals at Auckland Airport, yeah. It's outrageous that not only did they put me under surveillance, but they put my parents under surveillance and my sister as well.
And you're on a family holiday?
On a family holiday, yes. And they then followed us from the airport back to my sister's house, took surveillance pictures outside my sister's house.
Yeah, we'll look at those photographs as well. If we could take that down, please, and bring up MPS 0011337. This is an HN53 document, file note Operation Muscat, Helen Steel arrival in New Zealand, December 2002. This is dated the 18th of December 2002. So paragraph 1 makes it clear there was a port warning in place 3 weeks before you arrived. A discreet baggage search was carried out by customs. This revealed that Steele was in possession of 2 VHS videos, one dealing with the McLibel affair, the other apparently a copy of the BBC Two True Spies programmes. She was also in possession of a mobile phone. Details could not be obtained. And then in the following paragraph, there's a suggestion that it was suspicious that your parents' passports were renewed within the last 4 weeks, i.e. since the True Spies broadcast.
This is just ridiculous. Apart from anything else, I am 100% certain that the police would have found out when we booked our flights, and they would have known that it was long before the True Spies broadcast. Given that they've found out all my flights on other occasions, they would have done that. They haven't put a note of the flight when the flights were booked in this document, I believe deliberately omitting that information so that they can portray it that this visit was somehow in response to True Spies. But in fact, the reason the passports were renewed recently is because in Malaysia had a condition that your passports had to last for an additional 6 months after the date when you left. And so their passports weren't quite long enough to take through that period, so they renewed them for that reason. And
there's the implication that you're having True Spies and a McLibel's VHS, McLibel even, sorry,
yeah,
VHS in your luggage is in some way sinister.
Yeah. I mean, they're both TV programmes, openly available, nothing at all sinister about them. But I was visiting friends in New Zealand that had been involved in political campaigning. I was also going to make contact with other... well, I don't know whether I was at that point, but I did make contact with other activists later to do a screening of the McLibel film while I was in New Zealand.
And I understand your friend from Yorkshire, who owned the small holding, had by this point emigrated to New Zealand.
Yes, and another set of friends as well, who had both sets of friends had been involved in political activity, and I thought they would be interested to see the programme.
If we could go to paragraph 4, please, of this same document. Sunday the 15th of December 2002, intelligence received from Red Herring, an SDS officer, so that's HN3, Jason Bishop, which appear to add some substance to Steele's trip. During the course of the previous evening, Jane, a close associate of Steele, had remarked that the latter had gone to New Zealand. When Red Herring asked the reason for the trip, Jane replied, "You don't want to know." From context, Red Herring felt that the inference was that there was a sinister motive behind her visit. Now, actually, in his oral evidence, HN3 denied that the description of that, the way that that information was delivered, was in any way portentous or suggested there was a sinister motive. He said that it was more one of exasperation, the tone in which Jane delivered that.
Right.
I just wanted to invite you to...
Well, it's just ludicrous. It's really clutching at straws to imply that completely ambiguous language like that represents some kind of a threat. Whether or not she said that, I don't know, but it's just baseless to suggest that that's somehow shows a sinister threat or a sinister motive.
Yes, it's not very substantial evidence. Second page of this, please. Paragraph 1 reads, the following measures have been or will be in place by the New Zealand Police to monitor Steele's movements in New Zealand. Surveillance will be implemented as far as resources permit. Thus far, Steele has done little other than local shopping with her sister. The fourth bullet point, urgent inquiries are in place to fully identify Helen's sister.
So
and
again,
her
a massive
family.
intrusion into my sister's life as well.
Yeah. Fifth bullet point, John Dines' details have been removed from the publicly available land register. And under the bit where he writes, I've advised DS, redacted, that we have implemented urgent inquiries to identify any current mobile phone for Steele and further identifying particulars for her sister, privacy. And then at the bottom, so again, just further evidence of very intense surveillance and measures being taken to monitor you and your close family members on a family holiday.
Yes.
In New Zealand. If we could take that down, please, and bring up MPS 0749474, page 60. These are the photos you just referred to, and we can see this is the product of the surveillance operation, well, some of the product. So this photograph, we understand to be the exterior of your sister's house.
Well, it's a side view. It's actually the end of the street, but it shows where my sister's house is, so yes.
And page 61. Thank you. There's a photograph of you and your sister and your mother.
Yes, I believe that that is taken as we exited my sister's garden, because I think that's her garage on the left. So they were presumably sitting outside her house for some time to get that photograph.
We can take that down, please. Now, there's a file note, which I don't propose we bring up, but it's at MPS 001131. This is another HN183 report, another progress report on Muscat. This is dated the 30th of December. And in it, there are logged further details of the surveillance undertaken on you and your family while you're in New Zealand. And it records that you drove your sister's vehicle to Tauranga. And also on page 2, he notes that John Dines was briefed on your movements.
Yes, which is outrageous that the man who abused me was given details about my movements and my family's home, when it's actually him that posed a threat to me, not the other way around.
This document notes that John Dines has gone on holiday to Australia. He starts asking for restitution for lost income. And he also writes on this that ICS have now completed the first phase of charting for UK Steel phone, copy attached. And you identify that on that amongst the numbers listed are your home landline, your parents' number, and another.
Yeah, I think, because there is one of those, I did ask for them all to be unredacted in the bundle, but they haven't been, but I think one of them is available. I think it's a page 749474/105, I think is the one that's available.
Yeah, we can bring that up. So, 0749474. And this is the billing period requested as at the 14th of November 2002 to the 14th of December 2002. So this would appear to show combined billings for you and your friend Pete, who's the friend from...
Oh, hang on.
Is this the one?
If it's Pete, that's a different one. But...
page 105, please.
So... because this is a UK one, and there are another 2 pages. There's page 103, and there's page 110, and this one shows them mapping who I have called in common with my dad and
I see.
Jane Laporte is in the middle.
Yep.
And the one that's on page 103 also maps the phone calls made from a third friend who is privacy redacted, but who is named a couple of times by Jason Bishop
Right.
in his evidence, who he says he was close to her and she was a friend of mine. So I believe they were maybe mapping her phone calls because they thought it could somehow give away some information about me. But it's a gross invasion of all these people's privacy that they were doing this just to protect
So it's almost
the
like
man who had abused me.
The surveillance is expanding now,
Yes.
catching within its net
Yes.
actually quite a number of people. We can take that down, please. You say in your witness statement that you visited Napier, and when you were there, you conducted some further research. You visited the local library, you looked for death notices, and as a result of that, you found the death notice for Aunt Dorothy. And you also searched the electoral rolls. You exhibit that death notice.
Could you just remind me where we are in my statement? Because I'm...
Yes, sure. We are paragraph. Well, it's page 243 in your statement.
Thank you.
Paragraphs 920 to 927. So it's pages 243 to 247.
Thank you.
So you found Dorothy's death notice, and this is actually, you don't exhibit it, it's in that large document, the MPS 0749474. We will, in due course, come to how it comes to appear in that document, which is a police document. And then on the 21st of January 2003, you visited Wellington, I understand. That's paragraph 929 of your statement. And you conducted some more research, so you looked into the births, deaths, and marriage registry.
Yes.
Then on the 25th of January, you went on holiday with your family to the Bay of Islands in New Zealand.
For a family holiday.
And that this is recorded in the Operation Muscat Chronology of Events document by HN183. Again, for reference, it's MPS 0720851. He sets out in this document a detailed record of your movements, and on page 3 he says, Friday the 21st to Saturday the 1st of February, Steel family travelled to the Bay of Islands. Steele's father returned home at the end of this trip.
Yes. As I say in my statement, it's another staggering intrusion into my family's life and also a massive waste of New Zealand police resources.
If we could bring up, please, MPS 0749425, the email at the bottom of the page, so the final email I'm interested in. This is from HN183, and it's dated the 17th of February 2003. And he writes, Morning, this is sent to someone, a police officer, it seems, someone in at a police, New Zealand police email address. Thanks for the email and attachments. I think that was a good move not to tell Hawke's Bay about the bit on the second page. Now, these attachments would appear to be, if we could take that down, please, at MPS 049474. And these are at pages 8 to 43. Now, some of these have got temporary redactions over them, but the ones I will take you to, I hope will not. But amongst these documents... And bear in mind, again, this was a document we obtained from the Special Branch Registry. This is not a document you provided us with. These documents include Dorothy's husband's death notice.
Yes, and this one, that's my handwriting.
So at the bottom.
At the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
The Bay of Plenty Times, December the 4th, 1989, is the death notice that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, we can see
when I went to the library.
John, sorry, apologies to interrupt you, but it says, you can see in the death notice, just as the fourth column, final one. father-in-law of Donald and June, Debbie and John, brackets London. So that's
Yes.
something we referred to.
So at some point, somebody has gone through my luggage and taken these out of my taken this out of my bag and copied it. I still have the original somewhere. I didn't know that they'd done that. That's again, I mean, one of the things that's quite leaves me with still great anxiety and fear is the fact that there's over 30 pages in that
Yeah.
749474 document
Yeah.
that are fully redacted, and bearing in mind that that is part of a larger bundle that Bob Lambert refers to as a 350-page document in his witness statement. It's clear that substantial parts of that document have not been disclosed to me, and that these 30-odd pages are about me, because they have been disclosed to me, albeit that they're completely redacted. And in the context of all the surveillance that I now know has happened to me and my family and my friends as a result of this, it leaves me extremely worried about what else I'm not being told about.
I understand that some of the redactions on this document that we have are actually temporary, so they may be revisited. We can look at removing. I think some of it was done to expedite publication of the document.
I'm not talking about the temporary privacy redactions. I'm talking about in the copy that was disclosed to me, there were over 30 pages that were fully redacted with black redactions rather than the white temporary redactions.
Yeah. You made the point in your witness statement that this was information you obtained while you were on holiday in New Zealand. So these documents could not have been duplicated or taken by the people at immigration who searched your luggage when you entered New Zealand on the 14th of December.
Yes, that's right. But also they are referred to in that email.
part of Operation Muscat. So he moved from New Zealand to Australia. And I won't bring them up, but for reference, there are documents authored by Mike Dell which set out the amounts he received. And one is MPS 0720833, it's dated the 11th of August 2004. And it makes it clear that he was in receipt of at least £2.5 million of public money.
Yes.
I just want to invite... So he relocated, he bought a house in Sydney that cost 4 times as much as the house in New Zealand, and the MPS paid the difference. He was given a lump sum for loss of earnings. He was given periodic restitution payments for loss of earnings. I can't see any mention in the documents of his police pension and the medical award in terms of him having at least some income during this period. But in any event, a vast amount of public money was spent on this relocation. I'd just like to invite you to comment on that. I'm sorry. I know it's distressing.
It's hard to know where to start. This man was responsible for destroying my life, destroying my ability to form trusting relationships, destroying my ability to connect with other people properly, destroying my ability to trust my own judgment. He sexually exploited me for 2 years. I believe he tried to psychologically destroy me with his exit strategy. And here he is, he's being rewarded for everything he's done. He's awarded a huge amount of public money, and he's protected. And the police do absolutely nothing to protect me and other women who were being deceived and abused by this unit. I can't I'm sorry, I didn't sleep last night. I was too stressed and I'm just exhausted.
Please don't apologise. I mean, I understand it. It's incomprehensible. Miss Steel, if you're able, I just wanted to cover your discovery that he was a police officer and your meeting with Rosa. If you're not able, if you would like a break or to stop, then we can accommodate that. And please just take your time, whatever you need, then we can accommodate it.
I can try and answer those questions.
Okay.
But at the moment, my brain is just frozen.
I'll lead you through what you said in your witness statement. I'll try and help you that way. And if I, again, make any errors or anything, you can correct me. But again, please say, if you just want us to stop, then we'll stop. We know from your witness statement, Miss Steel, that on the 22nd of March 2003, you returned to the UK from your trip to New Zealand. You say in your witness statement you noticed that your luggage was packed differently.
Can you tell me where we are in my
Yes,
statement?
this is page 261, paragraph 1011 of your witness statement. And you say that you conducted further research on the 27th of February 2003 in light of the fact that you had now satisfied yourself of the link between Barker and Dines and the fact that his real name was Dines. You say...
Yes, sorry, but before we get to that, just
Yeah.
to note that I do say also, when I arrived back in the UK from New Zealand, I discovered my luggage had been gone through.
Yeah.
So again, that was more intrusive interference with my private life.
Yeah. You obtained John Dines's marriage certificate on the 5th of March 2003, and you exhibit that. That's at UCPI 39919. We don't need to bring it up, but it shows that marriage certificate that when he got married, his occupation was a police officer.
Yes. When I looked at it, I remember that I recognised his signature. His handwriting was the same. So I knew it was him. And then I looked at it and I saw the occupation of police officer.
Yeah. And you describe the impact upon you of making that discovery in your witness statement. You say that it was like your head was exploding, that you broke down crying, that you had issues sleeping.
I remember just feeling the blood draining from me.
But that even at that time, you still didn't know he was an undercover officer.
No. I thought it must be that was what it was. But when I talked to other people, they said no, including my dad.
Yeah.
They said no, that wouldn't happen in this country.
Yeah.
You're being paranoid.
That it seemed too far-fetched.
Yeah.
So your mind was reeling, and obviously it was having a terrible impact on you emotionally and physically. You say in your witness statement that you tried to ring him, having conducted some further research, but there was a recorded message which said his number had changed.
Who? Sorry.
That's at paragraph 1023. And that you say that your searches at that stage hit a brick wall. You were unable to find any further information on him, nor anything relating to his police career beyond his being a sergeant. And I understand from your witness statement that later that year, so 2003, your father was diagnosed with terminal cancer and you gave up searching.
Yeah.
So, suffering a very, very distressing personal set of circumstances in addition to the distress caused by finding out that John Dines was a police officer. You make the point in your witness statement that there is a report. I don't propose we bring it up, but again, for reference, it's MPS 0748791, dated the 6th of January 2006, which refers to your being back in New Zealand and actually refers to the death of your father.
Yeah, more intrusive surveillance.
Yeah. So again, still, even in 2006, they're continuing to report on the private details of your
Yep.
life and your bereavement. Your meeting with Rosa, I understand, Miss Steele, that you bumped into Rosa in late 2000 in a takeaway,
Yep.
and you knew her from your involvement in the Legal and Defence Monitoring Group and then from Reclaim the Streets.
Yes.
And that at that time, Rosa confided in you that she was worried about Jim Sutton. And
I'm sorry, can I stop?
of course. Should we take a break? Yes, please. So I think we need to take a break. Yeah. We might need to go straight to re-examination after the break.
Yes.
I just...
We'll break until you do have some re-examination, as I'd said.
Still in discussion about that.
Yes. Well,
I want this to be put...
I want this to be put.
Oh, about Rosa. Should we just take... I think we should take a break to get...
Oh. When you're ready to resume, we will resume. For reasons that there is no reason for me to spell out, we cannot continue with Ms. Steele's evidence today. If she wishes to give further evidence, whether to conclude what she wants to say about Rosa or by way of re-examination, then arrangements will be made for her to do it remotely in September. That, I think, concludes this morning's proceedings. We will resume at 2:05 this afternoon. I know that there is a rather larger attendance this morning than there was yesterday, so I will make an announcement about Tuesday today in case you don't return this afternoon to hear Mr. Walton's evidence. On Tuesday, for reasons that are personal to me, namely my need to accompany my wife to a medical appointment, we will not start until 11. On Monday we start at normal, I think at 10 o'clock. Very well, until 5 past.